Good evening, everyone. The work session of the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District is officially called to order on Thursday, May 8th, 2025, and the time is now 6:07 p.m. Trustees present are Trustee Correa, Trustee McDaniel, Trustee Durant, Trustee Jensen, Trustee Newhouse, and Trustee Adams. I'd like to ask everyone to please turn off and silence your cell phones or electronic devices. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Trustee Newhouse to begin the meeting by reading the Spring ISD Equity Statement.
Thank you, Mr. Rant. Spring Independent School District strongly believes in educational and racial equity as fundamental aspects of its core mission and purpose, embodied through any program, practice, decision, or action that affect all students, with a strategic focus on those choices and policies that most strongly impact marginalized students. We believe all students, regardless of their ability, cognitive, physical, or social emotional, ethnicity, language, race, religion, gender, identity, and status, should have equitable access to opportunities, resources, support systems, and educational rigor in order to maximize their academic success and social emotional well-being. We believe that Spring Independent Schools District is a valuable and possesses individual strength and characteristics that make our student a great place to learn and grow. Moreover, we seek to act on that belief, instituting policies and practices that value diversity, committing ourselves as a district to continued growth and development, and working to support the success of every student in all that we do.
Thank you, Trustee Newhouse. Our next item on tonight's agenda is our superintendent remarks. So at this time, I'll turn the meeting over to our superintendent, Dr. Lapita Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Rant. Good evening, our board, everyone that's here, those that are online. We've got lots of exciting things that are happening in the district, as we do every week. But this weekend, we had our teams, the state UIL finals track team. So if you haven't heard yet, the Dekaney High School 4x20 meters boys relay team made history at the UIL 6A State Track and Field Championships, winning the state title.
Yay!
That's awesome, amazing. We had seniors, Varquan Green, Nicholas Townsend, Samaritan Cunningham, and Tanuk that we know, Hines, broke their own school record with a blazing time of 1 minute 23, what is it? 23 seconds and 56, how do you read that? Hundredths of a second? You believe that? That's how fast they were. We want to congratulate these young men for their hard work and dedication in representing, Dekaney High School and Spring ISD with so much pride. We also definitely want to congratulate the coaches, Coach Martin, Coach Estelle, and all of those, all the staff members that helped and supported these athletes every step of the way. And if you haven't heard, one of the members of this relay team, Tanuk, won state championship 45 minutes later. After he did this relay, 45 minutes later, he went on to win the bronze medal in the 200-meter run. So that was amazing. Like, your body doesn't even recover. And Dekaney High School scored so many points at that meet that they placed third overall in the entire event. So hats off to Decaney High School. Also, and you know, one of the things, one of our focus is to grow our partnerships, to make sure that we bring in partners to Spring ISD so that we can expand the opportunities and choices that our students have and really need. So I recently we met, right, I think January or so, the new president, CEO of HCA Houston Healthcare Northwest, right here down the street, Mr. Joel North. And just exciting, we connected, actually from the area in Fifth Ward, played football. We had a lot of great relationship that we ended up connecting. And so he is very interested in exploring additional partnerships with us here in Spring ISD. So they've already visited Bamel Elementary, which is, you know, right across the street. We spent almost an entire morning out at Winchie High School, senior high school. And so they're really interested in partnering with us. They, you know, left completely wowed from both visits. They're offering internships for our students. We already have students that work in the emergency room there at HCA, but, you know, expanding that. It's not just about the medical, nursing and health tech, but also about the human resources, the technology. They were very interested in exploring other options, mentoring, free training for our staff, physicals, potential free physicals for our students. And so really a great partnership for our CTE program. And so we're excited about that meeting, and we know Mr. North is committed to working with us. Also, just want to highlight, last week was National Principals Day. And so I'm sure you saw it in social media, but we do want to recognize all of our principals and all the work that they do every single day, leading our schools, making sure that our students are having an equitable, excellent educational program, as well as ensuring the safety of our students. And as I'm looking at the audience, I know we have some principals here. Our principals that are in the audience, if you will stand and be recognized and represent everyone else. And so, you know, our principals every single day are not only just managing the operations, as I said, of making sure that the school is running safely, but most importantly, they are leading with grace, supporting our students and our families in the community. And so we're grateful for their passion. Also now this week, we are celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week. And so we also want to celebrate, recognize our teachers for their dedication, their passion, and most importantly, the impact that they're making directly in our, on our students. I see some teachers in the audience. So if you all will please stand and be recognized. Yes, thank you for being here. And, you know, definitely they are not only teaching, building relationships, which is so very important for our students. And so we're proud of the work that they do every single day. This week we thank them, but it's something that we do every day, all year long, for their commitment to our students. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. So our next item is agenda participation. This item allows the public an opportunity to speak on agenda items before those items are considered by the board. So Mr. Kennerman, Ms. Kennerman, do we have anyone registered to speak under agenda participation?
Not this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matt Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Hinojosa, and those with us today. This item can be found in your packets on, starting on page 11. We are providing an update to the board on our Spring Strong Future Ready plan as we work on optimization and increasing efficiency within the district. Specifically, this presentation is tied to our strategic plan in the areas of student outcomes and really improving and strengthening our instructional practices. Also equity and ensuring that we have equitable distributions for all students and needs across the district, and engagement and working with our family and community to ensure that the choices and decisions that are being brought and recommended to the board align with their vision for their children as well. Is there a clicker? So back in February, we presented and rolled out officially and launched the Spring Strong Future Ready Optimization Plan. And so as we've been having conversations with our community, we've really focused on our Spring ISD vision, that as we're looking to increase efficiencies, we're also keeping in the center of our minds and our goals as we make recommendations to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all students in this positive learning environment in alignment with our vision, our mission, our equity statement, and our strategic plan. And so, hearing the word optimization is a new word for some individuals. It's been the last couple of years, you've seen it a lot more in school districts. But really the goals of optimization are about improving and enhancing our educational outcomes, looking at the resource allocation. And last month, Dr. Cuellar brought forward some reviews of that return on investment for instructional materials, and Ms. Westbrook did the same the prior month. So that's a big component of it. We're also looking operational efficiency. How do we ensure that the dollars and every penny we're spending strategically align to the goals of the board and the district, equitable access, sustainability, making sure that we are truly future ready in our finances, and that we're adaptable, that the plan moving forward will meet the changing needs of our community and the job market. And so, as we shared in February, the optimization plan focuses on three main gears. You'll see that the largest of those gears is the instructional resource and program ROI, or what's return on investment. Are we getting the outcomes from every single instructional resource and program that are tied to our goals? We also are looking at school consolidation. Are there opportunities to potentially close schools that we have, or better utilize those facilities or efficiencies, and then boundary alignments to increase efficiency. And so when this work started, as we shared back in August to December, we really began to dive into the data and conduct enrollment trends and building capacity studies. And that was done in partnership with Zonda, our demographer. And we actually have an update from our demographer tonight. And give us our annual update. Right now, we're in this period from January to May where we're collecting community input and engagement. We just finished our first round of community input during our recommendation phase, and so we had 10 sessions with our community, and we're also in the middle of our ROI analysis, completing that. So as we move forward, and this has been one of the questions from the community too, is what does the timeline look like? From June through August, we're going to be pulling together all that community feedback and input, looking at recommendations, for bringing in a lot of factors regarding demographic trends, as well as the building needs, lots of elements to make our recommendations to the board, and then we'll be bringing those forward in September to launch that recommended Strong Start plan. And so with the official boundary changes and school consolidations being implemented for 26-27. And so this is a massive undertaking, and so we've actually been part of a group called ERS that is part of the Texas Education Agency, a partner really looking at resources, and they were shocked at how much our district and the courage our district had to take on so much at one time. They said usually in a year a district might do ROI on just like summer school or one little thing, and so they've been very impressed, so kudos. But it takes a lot of people, and so we actually pulled together a task force of over 50 central office department leaders and also others from campuses, really to provide us feedback and guide this work. And actually we have a number of those individuals either on committees or leading committees for optimization. We do want to recognize them for all their work. So if you're here tonight, if you could please stand as part of that optimization task force and committee. And I see that there's still a few that are sitting, but we won't call you out. But as you can see, there's 13 different committees, and so they're looking at everything from the academic resources to building operations, child nutrition, transportation, and so leaders in all these different areas, and they have diverse stakeholder groups, and they're planning out. As you can see on this Gantt chart, there's work this year that's happening, artifacts being developed, and then the implementation phases moving in, starting in August or September through the next school year, ready to fully launch in 26-27. So lots of work is happening behind the scenes. And so part of that, to guide that work, is the work that our demographer has done, Rocky. So here's a picture of his face. He couldn't be with us tonight, but we do have a video from a demographer who's going to walk us through in that same fashion that he normally does for his report, and it is also in your packet. And it starts on page 2.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Hinojosa. This is Rocky Gardner with Zonda Education, and it's a pleasure to be back at Spring ISD. We're trying something a little new. I've recorded this video so that you guys can kind of play it at your leisure. If you have any questions later, please feel free to reach out to the team or me specifically, and I'm happy to discuss it. This is all based on fourth quarter housing data, which has been the end of the year, and then research that our team has picked up on since that date. And this is how we get to your spring report. First of all, just talk a little bit about unemployment rates. They've looked very, very similar for like 2 years now. We've seen very little movement, which is very strong, full employment in the Houston area. Worry a little bit about some of the headwinds where this slide might change a little towards the end of the summer, but hopefully some of that will not come to fruition. Houston continues to be one of the hottest housing markets in the country with over 39,000 starts, second only to Dallas. Texas has 4 of the top 10 housing markets in the country, and things have been growing significantly with up 10% year over year and over 25% since 2019, which was pre-COVID. In the state, enrollment trends have not been as positive as the housing market has been. We'll just say that. Prior to COVID, we were adding about 50,000 students a year. COVID hit. You can see that we dropped 122,000 students that year. Primarily just students that didn't come back because of COVID. But really that was felt like 170,000 student drop. So therefore we're trying to bounce back that 170. And if you see here in 2 years, we got to 140. So we're almost back after this year's growth of 13,000 to where we were pre-COVID. But what's kind of scary is we're not seeing the new student growth that we were seeing prior to COVID. I think some enrollment trends have emerged where families are making choices. This data includes charters, so most of what's happening, most of this drop-off is primarily from homeschooling. And we're seeing that across the state. I think that's important to keep in mind in spring because when you start seeing some declines, it's easy to kind of to panic some, but it is important. We are seeing declines, but you're not the only ones. You're not in this alone. Home starts, in the Houston area, still sitting right around 39,000. Starts and closings are right on top of each other. And that's what we want to see. We want starts and closings to be pretty tight. They separated quite a bit a couple of years ago when interest rates first started accelerating up towards 7%. It made things kind of unaffordable. So closings flattened out. Then they'd stop building homes. They stopped building homes simply to work off this inventory that had came in. Those merged back together middle of last year, and now you can see that they're getting back on trend, and this is a good sign. Within spring, we've seen similar price increases in both your existing homes and your new homes that are being built. So since 2014, you can see your existing home price back in 2014 was about $180,000 for an existing home, $195,000, just under $200,000 for a new home. This is based on deed transactions that we pull for just Spring ISD. So this is a sale price. So the sale price in new homes has gone from $190,000 to just under $300,000 now. You can see where it's dropped off a little bit the last couple of years as builders are trying to work to get buyers in. And your existing homes have continued to go up for the last 12 years as well. You can see there that we've gone from $180,000 to $259,000. Spring, though, in the top 13 in the Houston area, you can see this is ranked by new home closings, 1,174 closings. So strong closings in the last, in 2024, basically. So this is through the fourth quarter. But starts have slowed. If starts are now beginning to slow, then next year we're going to see closings slow as well. And you can see here that we really, just with your inventory, with your homes that are under construction or finished but vacant, and your vacant developed lots ready to be built on right now, we couldn't build 1,000 homes if we wanted to without some deliveries. So lot deliveries are going to become a challenge here in the next 6 months if they don't kind of get things moving, if developers don't get things. 168 starts, so 2 quarters in a row where we're below 200 starts in spring. We've had a pretty good run of, almost 5 years where we've done over 200, pushing 300 starts. So that drop off is significant to understand, because this 267 closings is a little bit deceiving, because coming very shortly, the starts are not going to be there to stay up over 200 closings. So I suspect the first quarter closings will drop below 200 again, and we could see a year where we just close about 800 homes in spring. And where the development's happening has been the same for a few years. That Bammel, Burchett is seeing the most activity. That's where you see the color. The yellow colors are the most activity. But you can see there, Burchett's a good example. They closed almost 700 homes last year, but this quarter they just closed 96. And there's not enough going on there for them to get back to 700 again. They don't really have the lot supply anymore. So as that builds through, the pressure is going to be in some other areas. I do think you'll see major. We'll see a little growth there with a couple of projects down there that might help a little bit. For the most part, I think we're looking at less housing in new home closings. We've still got the development. There's over 17 active subdivisions with 13 futures. The yellow are futures, and the green are where we're seeing some activity still. You can see we got a lot of activity over at the Burchett, Winship area, and a little bit in Reynolds as well. This Northgate Crossing project is where the majority of your futures are, over 4,000 futures, but there's just not much going on there. I did notice in March they're moving a little dirt in the southern part, so we may see some homes there late in 26 or possibly. A few of these, though, Bammel Oaks, 115 total lots. You can see here that in March, so this data was at the end of the quarter, but you can see here in March, you can see where these homes are being built. One model home, so that 450 to 485, a pretty high price point for your district, but I think it'll sell well given its location right by the campus. Another one is Bradbury Forest. Now this is in Winship. This has been going for a while. It's almost done actually. 662 occupied homes. It's yielding 0.434. So think of this as 4 students for every 10 homes. Now when this project first got going, it was yielding quite a bit higher, and it's actually declined. I think at build out, you'll probably stay right at that 0.4. So you're going to have about 400 students there, pretty close to it. Or actually might be just under 400. Creekwood's right next door to right next door. They're still in the Winship zone. They've got 192 total lots. 7 homes under construction. You can see where they were beginning construction here in March, and I think that's going to continue. Legacy Park on Nains. This is a big project, 419 total lots, 99 vacant developed lots. You've got 122 of those already occupied, so, and 43 homes under construction. So this is going to definitely add some students, in that Bammel area. Providence Place is this area right next door to it here. This area here. This has got groundwork underway. 32-foot lots, not big lots, of course, but these are not real big lots. So these are 32-foot lots. They just haven't figured out the pricing yet for Providence Place. Another one's Red Oak. So Red Oak's got their lots almost under development. You can see the roads are cut 230 to 330. Again, a 35-foot project. So they're gonna build these pretty quick once they get all these lots delivered. Again, in the Bammel zone there. And Villa Greens. This is a future 114 future lots. We consider them future until they start delivering lots. So keep that in mind. So they're working on the ground. They're going to have 36-foot lots, a little bit bigger, but pricing has not been determined yet. And this is in that southern part of the Cooper zone. And then we transition to multifamily. We know we have significant multifamily in Spring, and I think these occupancy rates that we're showing for the Houston area here of just over 87%, a drop of another percent. So occupancy rates have dropped for 3 years in a row in the Houston area. A lot of it's just because of the growth. They've absorbed over 14,000 units per year, so they're absorbing more units, which is going to be more units to fill up. A lot of the newer stuff is having trouble with occupancies. Most of the product that we see, the existing product in Spring, I believe their occupancy rates are still staying up pretty well over 90%. We're still seeing similar student yields. Our student yields in your apartments have not diminished too much. But you've got 600 rental units under construction. That's these little purple dots where we've got apartments under construction. And then you've got approximately 1,100. That's these more salmony, greenish, I don't know what color that is actually, with 5 separate projects where we'll have some multifamily development. Put a couple shots of these in there. Saddle Creek Village, 72 total apartment units. This is important because it's going to be 60% or less of average median income. So these are going to be some affordable apartments, and they're going to have some 3-bedroom ones and 2 bedrooms. So they'll be more apt to yield some students. So I think you might see a few students from this in Ponderosa. And then Territory at Spring. This one we won't see very many students. I think this is a leasing's not going to probably start until 2027. But these are going to be upscale units, lots of amenities. Probably not going to be something that we have a lot of students. There'll probably be majority of one bedrooms as well. So we transition into talking about enrollment and moving towards projections. This year we did see your outgoing transfers increased. This TEA report just came out 2 weeks ago. So this is brand new data that TEA's put in. We're looking at almost 1,000 more students transferring out of Spring this year than previous year. And this is almost all due to the new IDEA campus that picked up some enrollment here from 35 to 825 students. I really think, and this is something we've been reaching out to TEA about. We think there were some inconsistencies in last year's data that caused this number to be only 35. And if that was in there, then that's a significant change. So I don't know that I would panic on this number yet, but it is what they are showing based on TEA data. You're still getting about 120, 122 students incoming. These are students up here in the transfers in that live outside, but come to your district for school. Projections, let's talk about where we started this year. We started this year with 33,590 students. That was at snapshot, a drop of 354 students. My forecast, I really thought you were going to be pretty flat. I didn't forecast growth, but I thought you'd be pretty flat, and you came in about 350 students below my forecast, which is a 1% differential, which is typically our target. But I don't enjoy a 1% when we see some of the cohort changes that were a little bit of a surprise. 11th grade only capturing 83%. What that's saying is of last year's 10th graders, that at the end of the year, you only captured 83% of them in 11th grade. That's your lowest growth cohort that we've seen in 11th grade in a very long time. You've typically been pretty strong there. 8th grade was also pretty low, and 8th grade's ones that typically stays right at 1 in Spring, and that's basically because I think they're kind of sticking around once they're there for high school. You're not going to see them leave a lot of times for a charter or homeschooling once they're already there. 2nd grade cohort drop off was a surprise as well. 53 students lower than what I expected, and again, that's usually a positive. It's usually almost 1-to-1 or even better. And last year it dropped by about 2%. So next year I'm forecasting a better times ahead. 154 student decline. So we're still showing some student decline. A lot of that is just coming from a lot of the high school development. But I do think you're going to turn the corner. You've got over 5,000 lots, but right now we've got a delay in those lots getting delivered. So that's going to slow things down. This year, I do think then you're going to bounce back. I mean, if you start doing 800 homes a year, getting that 200 to 300 student growth is really possible. Settling in right around 34,000 students. I think you still can get to 34,000, and then hopefully as the rest of that gets built out, maybe close to 35,000 within 10 years. At each elementary school, we forecasted growth in a few of these campuses where we were just talking about. Burchett is growing significantly. Bammel is seeing a little bit of growth, or at least staying pretty flat once we get some of that new stuff. Winship is building some new stuff there too. You can see that we've shown growth there. So we do have some campuses. North Great Gate Crossings growth. It starts to pick up in a couple of years, and this might be a little optimistic because we're just not seeing a lot of that new development happening. But there are a lot of homes, over 4,000 homes out there that we're eventually going to see in Northgate Crossing. You've got middle school, and I don't know, I might want to comment as well on, I'm showing capacities and utilization. You can see here that we've got a few campuses that are well under almost at 50% utilized, which means based on the operational capacity that we've been provided, you've got only 56% utilization at someplace like Jenkins, like Major. You have some opportunities probably here to do some cleanup, but then you've also got a couple campuses that are pretty high that we need to probably provide some relief. Middle school is even similar to elementary. You can see that we've got 7,000 students in about 11,000 seats. So you've got plenty of capacity there to probably do some relief here if we want to do some relief with the Roberson getting kind of high. High school, again, we've got plenty of space at high school as well. And we'll be working with your district to kind of talk through some of these enrollment changes. According to new home starts within SID are down about 40%. So that's quarterly, year over year. Because you remember we were doing well over 200 a quarter. Now we're under 200. New home starts overall are down 24% annually from 23 to 24. But we do have 17 actively building subdivisions. 675 lots are available if we can get the buyers out there and the builders to build them. And again, 5,600 lots in planning stages. So you've got the lot supply. They're going to be coming online. Just feels like there's a little bit of a delay right now. I think, again, that you'll be settling in right around that 34,000 number. I think this is where we hope that the negative stuff begins to plateau and you can maybe get back to 35,000 students. So that's my story. I appreciate always working with the spring team. If there's anything we can do to help you guys, I hope you'll reach out. If you have problems with the recording, also give me a call. We can work that as well. Thank you.
And so in that report, Rocky talked a lot about the growth, right? All these new subdivision areas coming in. And we see that it's very much in the north, especially the northeast, and also the southwest of the district. He also talked about the impact of transfer outs. And so we did want to spend a little bit more time in that conversation. So he showed a 5-year trend, and we wanted to pull it a little bit farther out for context. As well. And so another partner that we work with, Misro, who works with Ms. Westbrook's team often, also does on the side, they provide us regular updates on analysis they do looking at charter schools' impact. They exclusively work for public schools. And so here you can see the impact that has happened since 2000. So at the bottom, I wish I had a pointer. I don't think I do. Really show up. On 2015-16, on that table on the bottom, if we look there, that 15-16, that's 8 years ago. And so as we go across, it is showing you the difference between 15-16 and then 23-24 up on the top row. And so as we look across each column, you can see that the residents for our public schools, that would be what we would look at as our market, right? We know that many students live in Spring ISD, and so we can see that there's been a decline in the number of total students living in our boundaries, to the point of we've lost 957 students over the last 8 years just in available to come to spring, or what we would call our market share. So that number has dropped, and a lot of that is to what Rocky talked about, is our birth rates have dropped. People are having kids later in life, and so overall we're seeing this decline. But then when you start to go into the charter elements, as you move over to the next column, you can see transfer out to districts. That 676 kids more that we are losing out to other districts. So their parents may be teachers and working in Aldine or Cy-Fair, Humble, Conroe, various reasons, but they're transferring out to a district, another district. And that number is twice as much today as it was 8 years ago. When we look at transfer outs for charters, again, we're seeing a number that's over twice as much that we saw 8 years ago. As we look across that, we can see that the result is about a 9.5% decrease in total student enrollment over the last 8 years. And so it's coming from a number of factors. As students, we have less students, and then we're losing market share. We have had an increase of students transferring in because we've really been targeting that Choose Spring as spring at the destination. We actually have 7 more students who've transferred into spring than had transferred in 8 years ago. So our net loss is about 3,500 students. And Dr. Tingle, in a little bit, our next presentation is going to look more specifically at some of the charters. However, you can see the total charter loss on this chart. The pie chart on the left shows the level. If you remember, several years ago, we came to the board, we did a big movement around our Lift 6 schools, our middle schools, and working to create very innovative programs for those middle schools based on our community feedback. And at that time, middle schools was where we were losing students. Today, you can see elementary schools is our largest part of that pie. 64% of our students are leaving at elementary. Middle school and now high school has a much larger share as well that used to be. So here you can see across the years this continuous increase in the number of charter schools. Rocky did talk about why did IDEA jump. They had a PEMS error apparently for that 23-24 year, and so that's why that number was lower on his chart, and so our number dropped because of IDEA. Public schools not accurately reporting their students enrolled. But you can see that it really probably should have continued that upward trajectory across. One thing that was really interesting in the MISRO data is it looked at school by school. So there were 2 years ago, there were 16 charter schools that were pulling 20 or more students from Spring ISD. Now, there are 32 charter schools pulling 20 more students from Spring ISD. So there's been huge expansion, and we're seeing it. And so, that's, as we talk with our community, we're bringing in and talking through and looking at all of the possibilities and really focusing with our community on what are the important elements. And one thing that keeps coming up in our conversations is our feeder patterns. So boundary alignment is very important. You can see in this chart here, this is our current feeder pattern. You have on the left Spring High School up at the top, Dekaney in the middle, and Westfield on the right. You have all of our middle schools feed into Dekaney. And so half those kids end up at Dekaney, or half of them, the other kids in the middle schools end up at Spring or Westfield. Then when you look at our elementaries, we also have elementaries feeding to multiple different middle schools. Specifically, if you look at Sawyers, you can see that if you are a student that goes to Sawyers, you might end up at 3 different high schools in our district. And so one of the things we've heard from our community as well as our staff is really, can we look at a true feeder pattern from elementary to middle to high, so that as our students are playing the neighborhood with their with other kids, that they're the same kids they're going to be going to middle school, the same kids are going to high school. For our staff, whether that be our athletic coaches or our PVA, band directors, that they're able to continue to grow talent starting in elementary all the way up as they know the kids that will be feeding to them. And so that has been a conversation that's come up often. The other piece is school consolidation, and that's the one that tends to make the news more as you're talking about school closures. And so with the declining population and enrollment over the last decade, we're at a place now that we're at about 60% overall operational capacity, meaning the way that our schools are configured to be able to enroll students based on our staffing ratios. And so, you know, this is broken down by level. So you can see at elementary, it's overall at 64%, but we have an elementary school that's at 41% operational capacity. And we have another one that's 101%. And so some schools are very crowded and others have a smaller student population, and really looking at how does boundary alignment and school consolidation work together to create an equity and efficient model. This alone, school consolidation, is not the cure for where we are with the budget deficit. If you recall, I know Ms. Westbrook shares each of the meetings, we're still facing a $13 million budget deficit. And so even closing an elementary school, we're looking at a budget savings of only about $1 million. For a middle school, it would only be about 1.5 million. Well, that's a lot of money. When you look at how much we need to close, there isn't the capacity to just solve the budget deficit by closing schools and consolidating schools. Because as we have students in those schools, and as those students transfer to other schools, then those staff need to be there, the teachers need to be there, the staff need to be there to support. So while the school increasing the operational capacity will lead to better efficiencies and more supports for our students, it will not completely close the deficit. And so in addition to the building capacity and really helping to make sure they're efficient, we continue to look at other programs and ways that we can utilize our facilities and really reevaluating those facility spaces. And so Avanci is a great example. If you remember last month, we brought forward to the board a couple $1 million grant from Avanci to partner with us to create a early Head Start program within the district and be able to utilize space on our underutilized campuses. And that's going to bring in some great services to our community and also really help us build students from within that have that relationship in our building, starting at their daycare all the way up as they move into elementary, middle, and high, as well as support our teen parents and even CTE through internship opportunities. And so as the third year is that ROI analysis. And so we're looking at instructional resources, and we talked about how curriculum and supplemental materials were reviewed last month. We'll still be bringing forward to the board the look at instructional programs. So we're looking at elective programs, all of our directors for performing and visual arts, CTE, as well as athletics and our schools of choice. We're really looking at the impact of each of those programs, the students and the accomplishments that they're gaining and the cost that it is to ensure that we're being as efficient as possible in each area. And our community is heavily involved in driving our recommendations that we'll be bringing to the board. Here you can see the flyer that we had launched after our initial kickoff meeting in February. We had a total of 10 sessions with our community. There were 202 individuals that came and attended those in-person sessions or the virtual ones that we had online. And then we also had another 325 individuals who responded via the QR code to provide feedback. So we have a lot of data, and we're currently conducting that qualitative analysis. You can see the questions that we ask. So each group, whether that be a parent, a student, community member, or staff member, was asked very similar questions, but through their lens. You know, what are the things that cause you to be excited to come to school? What are those programs that you want to make sure that you keep? Where are opportunities for the district to have savings and more efficiencies? And so we'll be providing that detailed report to the board as well as to our community, and it will guide our recommendations. We do encourage the community to continue to tell us. Also, you can sign up for notifications. The communications team, Dr. Strubart, he launched a great website for optimization with all the resources and documents available to our public, as well as a Q&A. So as we receive questions, we're posting them there. But anyone in the community can take a snip of this image, and they can respond to the survey at any time. They can also sign up for notifications. And so we encourage our community to do that throughout this process. And in closing, I just want to remind that, you know, this work, it doesn't have to be a torturous process aimed just at reducing financial strain on the district. If done well, and that is really what we intend, it can also be an opportunity to reset our district organizational structures and finances to drive student achievement upward. And that is in alignment with our mission, our vision, and our equity statement. And so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parasol. Do we have any questions?
that was me dinging. Just a couple of questions and a comment. Did you just mention that we're doing surveys for community input, or is it just the virtual and the in-person?
No, that's correct. We have a survey and we launched it as part of our original optimization. And so as we've met with the community, this has been available and we've also publicly shared it's on our website. So they're able to go into that survey and provide any input or ideas that they have.
Okay, I did see that on the website, so thank you for that. So, and these are maybe questions that if you could take back to our demographer. With the passage of vouchers, we effectively have three school systems now. We have our public school system, we have charters, and now we're gonna have private, all being funded from the same bucket, even though they'll try to tell us that's not the case. But, so in these numbers in the demographer's estimates, particularly the future estimates, did he have that consideration on how it could affect our district?
He did not. So these are not based on the voucher program, which will launch in 26-27. The House Committee on Finance did do an audit and a review of what they anticipate for the loss of students. And so historically, what was shared, because I listened to the committee meetings, was that in other states, it's been generally about 25% of the students are students who are attending public school. The other 75% of vouchers have been traditionally from students already in private schools.
So that is going to further dilute our numbers.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And the other thing, the comment was, in that report, it pointed out that we're losing kids at different grade levels where we historically did not lose those kids, like in second grade, kind of random points. And that kind of feeds into some of the feedback that I've received from parents, in that we're not giving our kids opportunities to get involved. We don't have enough clubs, we don't have sports, their schedules don't allow for it. And that kind of this supports that commentary. If we don't give our kids something to come to school for, they're not going to hang around and wait till middle school is done or the typical transitions. So.
And we agree with you 100%. And with our next presentation is one of those things that we're going to be sharing an update regarding our STEM elementaries, which is something we've heard a lot from our parents and community about. And as part of the ROI analysis, that's what we're looking at, and that's the feedback we're collecting. What do you want? What do you want to your school when you walk in? What is the feeling you want to have, or the instructional programs you want to see, and how can we do better? So that is a key part of our recommendations.
Two more questions, then I'll hop off. For the demographer, the housing market trends on the multifamily market, we have a lot of families.
Mr. Correct, can you share the page you're on?
Oh, yes, 45 of 306. Housing market trends, multifamily market, February 2025. He mentioned that the occupancy, I think he said everything's kind of stable. But with the current administration changes on Section 8, rental assistance, those sort of changes, I'd like to see if he's got any feedback on what that could do to our community as well.
So asking, we'll go back to our demographer. One, the potential impact of vouchers, potential impact of the government subsidized housing.
The subsidized housing, yes. And then my last question is for the savings, the estimated savings per school site. Is that operations only, or does that include like staff or salaries?
It's relatively conservative, and it does include salaries and operations. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership on this, Dr. Pariseau. I noticed I guess this is sort of a racy chart here, the optimization task force. Page 17. You have a lot on your plate here.
Yes, sir. We juggle many things, and so luckily we have great teams and great partners at all levels to help move the work forward. And so each of those committee leads met and with subcommittees, and they actually drafted very complex plans. So knowing where the timeline is within the Gantt chart, they also created individual tasks and who the owner is for each of the tasks assigned to that. And so they really they did a great job of planning out. So, like for example, transportation. Okay, if we consolidate the school, what are all those steps we need to take and who needs to be in charge and what's that timeline so we can ensure a successful launch in 26, 27. And so the groups have really done a lot in a short amount of time.
Okay. Again, thank you for your leadership on that. The other question I had was on page 20. It's the charter transfers. And there's a notation here that there was a decline in 23-24, and it was due to IDEA Public Schools inaccurately reporting transfers. It means they underreported transfers. Almost 500 of them, just IDEA.
Yes, it was very strange. It only showed that IDEA had 35 students right here off Rankin. So we know they had many more than 35 students. So it appears to be either an error in PEIMS reporting on their end or at the state level.
Are they really gathering up 500 of our kids in a year?
Well, not in 1 year. They've been pulling students. So that 35 number is not an accurate number.
I understand that.
Yeah, they've had more than that. It's an off year.
It also opened up, expanded to high school that year too. So
In that account, I mean, because I just sort of extrapolated like where that bar would have been if they had accurately reported, and that's more than 500 kids. And I mean, I have to wonder what it is that they're offering that we're not. So.
And Dr. Tingle actually will share a slide on charters where it shows the breakdown of the actual number of students. IDEA is one of those. It's one of the largest pullers. However, the School of Science and Technology is our largest loss. So they actually have several locations in the Spring area, and so they're pulling the largest number of students.
Right, but you said there were 32 charter schools drawing our kids.
Yes, sir.
And so this chart represents what all 32 of those, or probably fewer schools towards this end. But as it goes up, by the time we get to 23, 24, there's about 30 charter schools in our system. And that seems to me a really large number for us to be saying it was a single charter school of the 30 or so that accounts for that big of a reporting gap.
Yeah, and there's actually more than 32. It's 32 that have 20 or more students.
Okay.
And so there are parents that are driving longer distances. There's also some online charter schools where students are going, but those numbers are less than the 20. And so you have your larger schools. To President Durant's point, they added high school, and so that added additional grade levels. We're seeing the same trend at other charters where they're expanding and adding a grade level a year, and so that is causing the numbers to go up.
But correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have IDEA and that STEM one that's off of Science and Technology are the two that's drawing the bulk of our kids.
So my concern is that data doesn't look right to me because there's this outlier bar here, and we're saying that outlier is there because of a single charter school. And that doesn't make sense to me.
So the reason it drops down is because there's like an underreporting of about 500 kids from that one charter
Just
school.
from that school.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, IDEA is very large building, but they only reported 35 students that year. So that's why you're seeing. We know they have probably closer to 1,000, and so it's not reported correctly that year.
They only reported in total 35.
35.
There was
The
an error
capacity
somewhere.
is
Yes.
1,000, I
It's
think.
over 1,000.
That's why that doesn't look right. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
One of the questions I had, and maybe this is for Ms. Westbrooks, on slide 19 of 30, the enrollment change, we've lost almost 35,000 students. And our allotment, that's,
3,500.
I'm sorry, 100, oh my God. That's $21 million based on our basic allotment. So that shows, where we've saw a decrease in our budget. Trustee McDaniel?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Parasol. I wanted to ask, you mentioned the ERS. Can you remind us what that acronym is and, what all they're doing to support this work?
Yes, so as part of our work with the system of great schools, Spring ISD has been involved in, this is our second year, it actually involved with ERS. And so there are different cohorts, but it stands for the actual acronym, and is Education Resource Strategies. And they are one of the TEA's partners, and they focus on looking at return on investment as one of the strands. And that's the strand that Ms. Westbrooks, myself, Dr. Tingle, and Dr. Cuellar are a part of. We're actually going to be presenting to at the state level at a conference next week on the work of Spring with ROI. So it's an exciting celebration too, to showcase what can be done. They helped build out the models and really that thinking. If you remember, Ms. Westbrook shared a chart when she did her ROI regarding the 5 key steps, and it talked about identifying the core need and looking at the strategies and the metrics for evaluating success. That is developed directly by ERS. That process.
Thank you.
Can I slide one more in there? Has there ever been a consideration for zoning non-geographically? I know some school districts have done that as a way to create some equity, where you've got, kind of like ours, where you have a highway that splits the district and you've got one side that's property wealthy versus, property poor, so.
And so I think that had been part of some of the work before, which caused a lot of our lines to kind of go, kind of meander around. It was still zone-based, not a full kind of like magnet type where anyone can go anywhere. But before, because Spring has grown so much with these new subdivisions, what we're looking at now with Rocky is how do we make more concentric, rectangular zones around schools, because we have some schools that are crossing freeways and major roads and passing 3 elementary schools to get to their school. And so a lot of that is because of there was no houses there, now there are houses. And so that work that we're doing now that we'll be bringing forward to the board and proposal is looking at how do we create very clear concentric blocks that are equitable at the same time. So we're also looking at all of those factors, the demographic data as well, to ensure the equity.
Thank you, Dr. Parasol. You can please continue with your next item.
Thank you, President Durant. This item can be found on page 58 of your packets. This is our strategic plan update, specifically on the priority of opportunities, and it is an update on our STEM elementary school launch for next year. I'm going to ask Dr. Eric Tingle, our Director of Strategic Innovation, as well as our principals, to come forward. And he's going to provide us an update of the amazing work that has been happening at Reynolds, Clark, Thompson, and Heritage.
All right, y'all ready? Yes, sir. All right. We're ready. Good evening, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, Board of Trustees, senior leadership team, colleagues in the audience, and everyone watching online. We're here to provide a STEM update I know you didn't really come to hear from me, but I am going to pitch us and start us off. But we do have three amazing principals here to share updates on their campuses. But before they do, we just definitely want to ground this work in our strategic priorities. As Dr. Pariseau mentioned earlier, opportunities for students is very important. He also talked about some of the enrollment loss that we have here in the district, and so we definitely want to target some of the programs that we feel will retain our students and keep our students here and bring some of our students back. And so our mission obviously is to prepare lifelong learners to be global, to compete in a global society. And so I think Dr. Pariseau took every talking point that I prepared for this slide. So I don't necessarily want to just continue to repeat what he stated, but I will say that per our conversation earlier, if you look at the top, the School of Science and Technology is the biggest pool from Spring ISD, right? And so we know that STEM education is something that our parents is interested in, right? And so when we talk about STEM education and the programs and the ideas that we're implementing this coming up year, we are here to combat some of the things that our parents are clearly saying that they need. And we did break down the numbers by school for these particular 4 schools. As you can see, we have charter transfers, which obviously is going to one of those charter schools. And then we have school district transfers, and they're going to any other school outside of Spring ISD that's not a charter. And so that number is alarming because we see that although parents are transferring out, they're preferring a charter over another school district. Right? And some of those programs within those charters is what we want to implement in some of our schools. So STEM education, right? We have 3 principals here. I'm going to vaguely speak for Ms. Shack. We met before this, and she could not be here due to a family emergency. So, she's in our thoughts and prayers. But we want to make sure that we are building a pipeline of critical thinkers, right? Starting at the elementary level. We have many partnerships that I'll speak about here in a little bit, but we want to start early with our schools, especially those that are zoned to Clawton Polytech, that is also zoned to Decaney. So that entire feeder, we want to make sure that students are starting from elementary level to be able to be successful in high school. And so what is STEM education? We know that the Project Lead the Way that we have, the robotics that we have, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, we know that that provides our students with project-based learning. We know that they are able to practice critical thinking. We know that they're able to be career ready, and they are implementing teamwork throughout the day, and obviously they're doing innovation through the projects that they are embedding within their school day. And so one of the things that I want to kind of touch on is the partnerships that we have. We are unable to do much of this work without the partners that we have here in Spring ISD. And so, for example, we really are focusing on our maker spaces with our library media specialists in all of our elementary and middle schools. Those Smart Rover robots are funded by Deloitte free of charge. Not only that, they provided the Smart Rover robots, but they also provided the training to all of our library media specialists free of charge. And so that is a big partnership that we have that we value, and it's able to provide our students with some innovation through the library media specialists. The cool thing about that is that every student on the campus goes through that LAMP rotation, so there's a format for everybody to use to get those Smart Rovers. Also, First Lego League, that is funded fully by ExxonMobil. So we are able to have robotics teams on each of these campuses. We started last year with 1 robotics team at Clark Elementary at the elementary level, and we were able to expand this year to all of these schools. So all of these schools have First Lego League robotics teams. We're able to purchase the kits, all of the materials, the transportation to events, t-shirts, and that's all due to our partnership with ExxonMobil. The last thing that I'll touch on is related to partnerships is Project Lead the Way. So our curriculum that we're using with those LAMP teachers is Project Lead the Way. And so that is from a grant, right? Free of charge, we're able to purchase the kits. we're able to purchase the training to do a trainer of the trainer. So we were able to train all of the LAMP teachers on Project Lead the Way. All of those things are free of charge. We also have some carryover monies for next year to provide new kits for these campuses so that if they're doing activities this year, they won't be doing the same activities next year when they're rotating through those LAMP rotations. I will highlight Telescope Night. This vision came from Trustee Correa, and so we have tried to take that and run with that. Another shout out is to Dr. Jensen's grandson, Carl. He actually designed the flyer, so if you see that flyer right there, we kind of put a visual. So he is an intern in the innovation department. So I showed him the final project, and he was super excited about it. And so he said he's going to put it in a scrapbook and keep it. And so we want to shout out those two initiatives because we're trying to innovate. And when you talk about our engagement in our 6 priorities, parent engagement is one of them, right? And so we know that we want our families to come out and be involved in the STEM activities that we have. So each of these campuses have prepared a STEM, a telescope night. And so we're inviting our families out. We've had one due to the weather. Is at Reynolds Elementary, and we were unable to view the telescopes, but we had indoor activities. They built their telescopes inside. We had constellations on the back of the cups, and they're shining them on the walls, and we had a great time, right? And so principals have been flexible with their dates, so we've revamped the other dates. So we have 3 more that we have coming up, and so we hope the weather will stand strong so we can see some constellations in the in the sky. And so it also related to the telescopes. Those telescopes, I will add, were purchased by a vendor. So Deloitte University, we were able to purchase 15 telescopes due to a partnership. So we didn't pay for those telescopes. So those telescopes came through a partnership, right? And so I did want to add that as well. And then lastly, before I turn it over to the principals, we are focusing on branding, right? When you walk into Clark Elementary, you want to know that that's a STEM elementary school, right? We want to make sure that the logos and the verbiages that we use are really matching what a STEM school is supposed to look like and sound like. We've had visioning sessions with these principals. Sometimes it's a lunch and learn. Sometimes it's a virtual meeting. We've had a ton of meetings with the principals to just make sure that we're all on the same page. But we didn't just have meetings with them and say, do STEM. We're providing resources through our partners to make sure that they have the things that they need to make it happen, right? We also are focusing on sustainability, right? So you heard me talk about partnerships. The things that we're talking about this year are already in place for next year, right? The robotics funding from Exxon, the Deloitte, all of those things are in place for next year. So we're not just saying do STEM, we're supporting and making sure that along the way they have the funds and the support to make it happen. All right, so we're going to start with Clark Elementary. So I'm going to use the notes that Ms. Shack gave me for her update. There's 3 things that she wanted me to touch on to update you all on. First and foremost, Ms. Shack plans to expand her robotics team. Right, so we are providing the resources through ExxonMobil, but she wants more of her students to be involved in that robotics team. Currently, there's just 4th and 5th graders. She wants to lower that to 3rd grade so that those students are exposed to robotics longer, starting in 3rd grade. So that's the first thing that she's doing. The second thing that she's doing, she is basically making sure that Project Lead the Way is being taught with fidelity within her classrooms. And she wanted you to know that she's seen a notable decrease in behavior since those STEM activities have been in place. So students are able to innovate in those spaces, and she's seen a decrease in behavior, so much so that, to her 3rd point, she wants to make sure that there's a dedicated STEM teacher on every 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade level. Right, and so right now, if there's a three-way rotation where students are going to 3 different teachers, she wants one of those teachers to primarily focus on STEM, right, and science. Right, she wants to make sure that science is prevalent at the early ages, so they're not waiting till 5th grade to take the STAR in science. They're getting those strategic STEM teachers from 3rd grade up. K through 2, won't lose sight of them. They'll continue to innovate through their LAMP rotation. Okay, so that's the update that I have to share for Clark Elementary. And with that, I will pass it on to Heritage Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you for having us this evening. I want to open up by sharing personally that I have been that parent out looking and touring these schools in the neighborhood. When my daughter started at Beneke with Dr. Harris, I was very apprehensive, wondering, is the school going to be able to offer what she needs? She was an advanced learner and didn't need to go to the intervention group for small group pullouts, but who was going to meet that need to take her to the next level? And Dr. Hinojosa and I had some extensive conversation about how we could be creative and make that happen. And when I took on the charge and came to Heritage this year, this STEM Academy was already in the works. So I said, oh, wow, this is a great opportunity. And Dr. Tingle came out with Mr. Kublius to introduce it to my team. He had a meeting with my staff and said, well, this is Project Lead the Way. So envision how the campus is going to grow and how it's going to change. I said, this is the perfect space, the perfect opportunity to make sure that we are what the community is looking for. Our campus at Heritage will be what I was looking for 6 years ago. So with those initiatives, we too began to put the Project Lead the Way program through our ancillary rotation. That is something that we will continue throughout next year. Our robotics team is brand new this year, so it was a baby team, but we were able to participate in 3 competitions throughout the year. The teachers were chomping at the bit at who was going to be the coach for that team, and unfortunately we only picked 2 sponsors for the year, but it was exciting that after doing the work throughout the semester, we had our inaugural STEM day where that robotics team was pretty much the featured group for the day. That was in partnership with the Houston Museum of Natural Science, and those are all initiatives that we will continue next year. The robotics team was able to learn how to do the coding, to work the robots, using the rovers throughout the STEM classes, and just being able to lead the charge and actually be the ones in the work. So the whole community was out on the lawn able to see their progress and their growth in those that science-oriented area. For next year, that work will also continue by adding those STEM-focused clubs and activities that Ms. Correa mentioned, such as gardening, chess club, and science Olympiad. Those are things that our parents and our children want to participate in. And then most importantly, we'll be enhancing or focusing our, narrowing our focus on Tier 1 instruction across all the grade levels, making sure that science, hands-on science lessons are done weekly in every grade level from kinder through 5th grade, so that we are taking full advantage of our new HMH curriculum. And then lastly, it's not a surprise or a shock when our 5th graders get to 5th grade and have to be tested in science, because it's part of their normal, regular day-to-day routine. So those are the ways that we're going to ensure that our students are executing academic excellence all throughout the year, all throughout every grade level. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'll pass it on to Mr. Livingston at Reynolds Elementary. And I'm timing you.
I know. He has it in my mind. 2 minutes. All right, let's try to do this. Great evening, trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, educators, leaders. I'm excited to represent Reynolds Elementary and just our work within STEM. I'll just start with this. I had a young girl say, Mr. Livingston, I feel like Iron Man. Like, that's enough in and of itself to just show what Project Lead the Way is doing for our campus. I could bring you into the pictures that were taken from our telescope night and just the wonder, the joy, and it rained that night. It was storming pretty bad, but we had, like Ms. Correa said, it's what our parents are looking for. They came out in the weather, in the rain, to experience telescope night and all that it had to offer. So we're seeing wonder just be contagious on our campus behind it. We're seeing kids being excited about their learning. One of the things that I mentioned to the staff is that, man, we feel like we're a high school now. Now that we've been empowered, with Project Lead the Way, because we already have cheer, we have flag football, we have run clubs, we have those things that parents are bringing their kids to school for. And now to have our leadership empower us with the academic portion that's found in STEM, the wonder of education, I feel like Thanos now with the 5 rings. It's like I am so excited. And the work is hard, it's very difficult. But when you're giving the tools to excel, to perform, it just creates this reoccurring energy, and it's exactly what we need as leaders. Through the Project Lead the Way cohort, I'm finding myself collaborating with other colleagues. I don't think I've spoken to principals like during the year more than I have this year, and so just so thankful for bringing us in the room. We're have ideas, and we're just having them bounce off of each other. We're hearing like, oh man, that's good. And so like in the spirit of collaboration, and that's what we need as a district, right, to persevere. STEM is bringing in those opportunities, whether it's as a leader, whether it's within our campus, whether it's in academics. I spoke to the Champion Breakfast Club in that room on Friday, and that room was filled with engineers and different people throughout the community. And they said, Mr. Livingston, well, what, we provide dictionaries and we do so much for the community. Like, what do you feel is the next level of support? And I said, well, I'll tell you, engineer, you are working in the medical field, we need support with lifting STEM off of our campus. So we've been given a great opportunity, and we're so excited about the work. And I just want to say just thank you all for providing that, because even in the hardness, the toughness, the weariness of the work, I feel so empowered.
Okay, last but not least, Ms. Day at
All
Thompson.
right. Good evening, Dr. Hinojosa, our super proud superintendent, President Durant, and all the board of trustees and senior leadership and everyone that's here. Here is the journey of the soft lunch for Thompson. I'm super excited about it because here's what it's done. For our intermediate grades 3 through 5, they have learned to work in unison. Like, a disagreement does not mean that it's unhealthy. It doesn't mean it's a time to spar, but it is a time to think critically and work together and problem solve, in the sense that you are able to question each other without it being offensive, that you are able to analyze the work that you're doing, and then finally come up with a judgment for the final product. That's what it's doing for 3 through 5, and our ancillary teachers were very, very reluctant at first because they thought it would be a problem, but because the activities are so highly engaging, there is no time for any what I call foolishness. And then for our very, very high energy primary scholars, our K through 2 scholars, it has been like a holistic approach for them. What they have been doing is they've been taking unique structures and building things and coming up with an engineered product. For example, my favorite thing that they did was building houses from the 3 Little Pigs. And so what happened, our art teacher, Mr. Babu, he brought in hair dryers, and they actually blew down the houses, and then their challenge was to build the houses again. And so they built the houses again, but our teachers extended that learning by getting the book, The 3 Little Pigs, and so they read the book and they brought it all together again. So I really love that holistic approach, but the best part about it, and I know it's going to work at Thompson because we're a newly named Spark Park campus, and so I couldn't wrap my mind around it at first. I was saying we have Spark Park, we have STEM, oh my goodness, new principal, how am I going to do this? Well, the only way I know how to learn is to make it holistic. And so what we've done as a campus and a team, we are going to have a STEM Spark Park. So everywhere they go, they will see the math, they will see the science. And so we've all talked about how science is not really tackled until 5th grade. And then our 5th grade teachers, they struggle because it hasn't really been taught in the primary grades. So what is going to happen is we're going to have pillars, and that's going to have science vocabulary on it. And so we're going to bring back our science lab, and we're going to continue that with our kindergartners all the way through 5th grade. There was a time at Thompson Elementary about 8 years ago when I was there where we did have the science lab, and everybody rotated through that. And I think those pillars and them having the snail numbers outside, and what was a big thing for me for the Spark Park was to have the multiplication grid on the ground, right, so that they could multiply and understand what was going on for math. So once they come out of the classroom, they can go outside to the Spark Park, go to the amphitheater, and finish their learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Any questions or comments? I just wanted to say that, oh, go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
Our
your school's the ones that I got to see at Clawton and the Lego. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I would like to connect what I saw there with Dr. Paraso's first question about what makes me excited to go to school. Because I kept hearing the team members say things like, we needed more time to work on this. I want to work on this some more. And I'm thinking, how many times in school do you hear kids say, gee, I want to do more worksheets, or, I do, other things, that they were so involved and so excited about it. And I've got to say that they were just amazing with their designs. And also, what I can see is they're not just following like directions of a canned robot that they were doing. They were actually designing theirs to solve the problem. And as robots do, they break down or they don't function like you thought they would. And those kids were in there actually fixing them so that they did it. So they really understood the whole system. So I can't tell you how excited I am to see this going on, as well as the Star Party.
Trustee Adams?
I am not a scientist, but I do remember being fascinated by science and the opportunities that I had in school. So I grew up in the Bay Area, right next to a Chevron refinery, and like every Wednesday when I was in the 4th grade, a bus would come from Chevron, pick up a group of kids and take us over, and we would build flashlights and study pressure and a bunch of stuff. And so the enthusiasm that I see from you three, the kids note that. The kids see that, and like your enthusiasm spreads throughout your system, throughout our system, and throughout your campuses. So I wanted to thank you for that and let you know that I see that and I appreciate it.
Trustee Newhouse?
Thank you. I want to go back to Clark Elementary, and I know the principal isn't there, trying to look at my notes there I wrote here. But from the way you explained it, I could see a lot of team teaching in your school, in that particular program of how you were doing it. And I was just curious, has she thought about, is that going on, is from the way you described it, or has it been considered of doing team teaching for that group?
Yes, ma'am. I can definitely ask her so that the conversation is more guided to what her thinking is. But I know that we did discuss how the three-way rotation could work. In PLCs, there's a lot of collaboration already. And so when you talk about STEM, you're talking about interdisciplinary going across all subjects. And so
Yeah, taking all those same kids going through all.
yes, ma'am. So the short answer that I know she would say is yes. There is team teaching, but there is already collaboration within PLCs. But having that one person focusing on STEM, they'll also be doing science, and they'll also be supporting the math and all the other subjects as well. So although they may not be teaching from HMH, they will be incorporating a lot of those different TEKs, if you will, across the board. And so I've seen it happen in my previous work, and I know that it can happen. And so I would say that teacher is definitely going to be collaborating across the grade levels.
The three of them together, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
It makes a difference for the students, and if you can keep them all together.
Yes, ma'am.
2 additional comments from Trustee Correa McDaniels.
I just want to say thank you. I am so excited. And let me know when the next telescope night is so I can come geek out with the kids, because I'll bring my telescope too. I'm so happy to hear this, and I'm really excited and looking forward to all the outcomes. My question is, so on 65, what is this? Page 65? Yes. Where we talk about what is STEM education. All of these bullet points that we talk about here are things that all of our kids need. And I know we're limited with resources and people and all of that. So what are some of the best practices that you guys, when you come together and you figure out what works, how is that being shared with the rest of our schools so that they can kind of piggyback on your successes? And maybe they're not STEM schools yet, but maybe we can get to that point.
Yeah, I think as Mr. Livingston was saying, is that the collaboration is going across the board even more. I mean, as we think about like how to continue to have vision setting statements. Right now, we're communicating amongst each other, but the word is getting out to other campuses and to other principals. And so I do think that we can come up with a more structured plan on how to share it. But what we've developed is a STEM playbook. Right? We've developed a STEM playbook that could be shared with any principal, but we now are in that STEM playbook all the time. And we have ideas and strategies and community meeting ideas and what can you do with your staff, and we have all these things in this STEM playbook. And so that's one way that we could potentially spread the love across the district, is sharing that STEM playbook, because we all have our eyes on it all the time, and we're continuing. It's a working document. We're continuing to update that, and so that may be a way we could do that.
Echoing my colleagues, I just appreciate all of you all's hard work, trying something new for our kids, learning, to spark their curiosity. I'm just excited for where this is going to go. When we think about STEM and science, also social studies, a lot of times it gets pushed to the back burner. And so I'm wondering, you mentioned tier 1 instruction, and Mr. Livingston, you mentioned giving teachers the tools. What are we doing to make sure that teachers are supported with that tier 1 instruction? Because I understand the clubs and the classes and the competitions. When it comes to the tier 1 instruction, how are we making sure that, because sometimes you get the kits and then they kind of just are on their own, but how are we making sure that there's rigorous instruction as well?
So one of my coaches will be focusing at every grade level PLC on what that next week's priority will be, and making sure that they have the tools and the resources, because sometimes those kits, although plentiful, they don't have everything. Right. You may have to go and buy flour, or this year they had to go and buy goldfish to put in the classroom and watch it. Unfortunately, it passed away very quickly, but it was part of the learning process. And those things have to be intentional, and that is part of her charge for next year, to make sure that there is a hands-on experiment or project at every grade level every week.
So is she a specific science coach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I would add on to that, we are coming up on our full launch 25-26. One of the conversations we've had with the leadership team is that now every leader, no matter your content, you're now that and science. Mm-hmm. So like reading specialist, now you are a specialist over reading and science. Math specialist, you're a specialist over mathematics and science. And so as we enter into that full launch, just changing the conversation, because STEM education should not be a supplement. It's exhaustive. It covers the full spectrum of content. And so as we begin to change that language and change that perspective, I think it'll bleed into, and it'll just in and of itself cause routines of instruction and leadership and practice that, you'll be able to recognize. It's not something that will need to be pointed out. You'll just recognize it when you come onto the campus.
And for us at Thompson, I think real life modeling and practice, just like we had to do before we came here to present to you all, having real conversations and understanding what they really know or don't know about STEM, like addressing those misconceptions, right? And so before they go live to the kids, we want to make sure that they are able to at bat and practice, so that we can give them feedback as well before they go to the kids and give it to the kids. So I think that's a big part of making sure they understand. A lot of times I feel like, I know I have over the years assumed that people know because they're degreed and they're teachers, but that's not always the case. Even for me, we really had to sit down and have some down and dirty conversations about what we know and don't know. And it's okay if you don't know. We just have to learn it, learn it together, find ways to support you, and practice the learning before you go live, and be strong in your own.
Especially with science.
This is fantastic. And
Thank
so
you.
as we continue to grow and engage our students, the key to me here is marketing. We're talking about 32 charters in our district, 32 plus, because those are just the ones that have 20 students. I think we're sitting more like at 37. But if you think about that, the awareness is the first step to change. And so marketing and making sure that our community and our parents are aware of the great work that we're having and the engagement that's going on and the excitement around learning that we're starting to experience is going to be the key. So I just would like to make sure and encourage us to make sure that we're talking it up, and marketing it so that we can continue to grow our students and bring them back into our boundaries.
So speaking of marketing, did we still have the science bus? Didn't we have a science bus at some point?
We have a STEM trailer.
A STEM trailer. Yeah,
That is
yeah, it
with
was
our
like-
Winchie CTE program, and it does travel around to the different schools and our CTE students. And I know Miss Williams is here today. Their program makes sure that we're getting that out. It's all at all the CTE events, and so we're continuing to look at that. I know we also had a meeting recently with the Education Foundation, and that was one of the things that they had also shared that has been on their wish list and hope. And so more great things with STEM are definitely in the works.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
And great work. Before we discuss our next two items on the agenda, the Board of Trustees is going to recess this open session and convene in a closed meeting in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of the discussion in the closed meeting will take place after we reconvene in our open session. The time is now 7:38 p.m. Thank you, everyone. We will now reconvene and resume the work session of the Board of Trustees, and the time is now 8:14 p.m. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief General Counsel, Jody Kinnerman.
Good evening, board members. I'm going to ask Mr. David Thompson with Thompson and Horton to step forward so he can explain a little bit about this item. I know the posting's a little vague, and so he can give us just some insight into what this is about related to the multi-district litigation for social media.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and staff. It's great to see you this evening, and I appreciate the wonderful work you're doing here in Spring ISD. This issue that the board is considering is a matter that is of great concern and growing concern to communities and schools, not just in Texas, but all across the country. And that is the impact of social media on our children. We see it in many ways in our schools. We see impacts that relate to mental health and emotional needs of children. We see it affecting discipline. We see it affecting attention spans and academic performance. There are hard costs to the district itself to constantly be upgrading your own hardware and software to try to ensure that students do not have access to inappropriate information at school. So the impact of social media on children in particular and the impact on schools is something that's being recognized all across the country. What has become more evident in recent years is that some of this impact is not accidental. All of the major social media providers, they have internally what are known as algorithms. And we're all familiar with them as adults. We experience them where you look at particular things, whether it's recipes or sports or home decorations or whatever your thing may be. The algorithm learns and feeds you more of that. What has become evident is that algorithms can also be designed to be addictive in the same way that everybody remembers the great Lay's potato chip ad, I bet you can't eat just one. You can design social media in the same way that looking at it actually spurs certain chemicals in the brain and creates a need for constant checking and being on social media. And again, that is contributing to some of the various issues that I mentioned previously. Hundreds of school districts all over the country have already engaged in litigation about this issue. There is a multi-district litigation pending in Northern District of California with hundreds of school districts already involved in this matter. We will be intervening in the next couple of weeks on behalf of a large group of Texas school districts. Many of your neighbors and other districts all over the state are joining on a weekly basis. Right now, I think we have right at 2.4 million children in districts that are at some stage of joining and participating in the litigation. All of the large districts in not only here in the Gulf Coast area, but across the state are going to be participating, or at least most of them will be. This is not a matter that is a cost to the district. You have the potential to recover, but it is not a cost on the front end to the school district. It is also a matter that requires specific approval by the Attorney General of Texas to authorize the board's or the district's participation if you should choose to approve it tonight. So another thing that I would mention is the concerns around the impact of social media are very bipartisan. Unlike some issues in our society that may be more divisive, the concerns around the impacts of social media I think you see reflected across the political spectrum. The Attorney General is approving on a regular basis the participation of all other districts that have chosen to join. We've not had a single district where the Attorney General has not given that approval. And honestly, obviously, we would be very honored to include Spring ISD in this important matter. I'm going to stop right there, Madam President, see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Thompson. Anyone else have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I was just wondering if you could talk a bit about the remedies that.
Sure. There are remedies that will be sought both looking back and looking forward. Thank you, Trustee Adams. That's a great point. Obviously, some of the remedy is simply money for the costs that you've already incurred in the past dealing with discipline, academic performance, mental health, your own hardware, software. So that's certainly an important part of the remedy. An equally important part of the remedy is the looking forward and changing the behavior of the companies to mitigate some of these addictive impacts, so that we don't have this issue simply recurring on a go-forward basis. So we're seeking both monetary damages, but also change of behavior.
Not seeing any additional questions this evening. Do we have a motion?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution approving the contingent fee legal services contract that includes the findings required by the Texas Government Code 2254, Subchapter C, and that are needed for submission of a contingent fee legal services agreement and a request to the Texas Attorney General for expedited review.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Adams and seconded by Trustee McDaniel. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion carries unanimously. So we will submit to participate. Are there any additional
You got one more
motions? And can
motion,
you?
yeah.
Do you want to talk a little bit about?
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay. We have a second motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees adopt and approve entering into a contingent fee legal services agreement with Thompson and Horton LLP, Island and Bonin, PC, and O'Hanlon, Demarest, and Castillo, PC, to represent the district in youth social media usage and related litigation.
Second. Motion on the floor by Dr. Jensen and seconded by Trustee Correa. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, let's call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, David Thompson, for being here this evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ms. Kinderman, and you can please continue with your next item.
Yes, ma'am. The next item is the first reading of TASB Localized Policy Update 124. This is the latest update that has been issued by TASB. It notifies of 52 updates to legal frameworks, and then it proposes revisions to 8 local board policies and recommends administrative review of 4 regulations. This update has been presented to the Governance Committee for review. It's also been reviewed in advance by the administration, and no additional changes beyond those recommended by TASB have been identified by either the administration or the Governance Committee thus far. This one specifically affects the following local policies: CAA, CDA, CY, DH, EHB, EHBB, FFG, and GKA. You guys, I believe, have a copy of the update. Right, everyone has gotten a copy of the update 124 with all of the good policy revisions. So if there are any specific questions about the particular policies that are listed, or if you would like me to review more than the overview information, then certainly let me know and I'll be happy to do so.
Thank you. The body did receive the update last week. So they've had an opportunity to review it. This is our first reading, so it will be reconsidered again next month. So if you do have any questions between now and the second reading, please be sure to elevate that to our general counsel. So at this point, are there any questions? All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. And as always, please do feel free to reach out if you've got questions or concerns between the two readings. We can work through that. Thank you.
For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Academic and School Leadership, Dr. Craig Quare.
Thank you so much, President Durant, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Hinojosa. Today, we are bringing the board forward your consideration and approval of the 2025-26 annual TEAC certification and resource adoption allotment process. This is a required component as part of the instructional material adoption process that certifies and ensures that every single instructional material and resource that we use in Spring ISD is 100% aligned to the TEACs. This is an annual process that we bring forward to the board every May for the board's consideration and approval.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. We are on page 170.
175, and, well, it starts the narrative in 176.
The narrative is on page 173. Are there any questions for Dr. Quare? Okay. Thank you. You can continue with your next item.
Yes, ma'am. Flipping to the page, let's see here. Yes, board, we're on now page 203, which is the item summary. This is an informational item that is notifying the board of a corrective action plan that was received from the Texas Education Agency regarding our individual graduation plans. Basically, this is a twofold informational item. We are expected every single year to ensure that our graduation plans, our IGCs, are within the 10% cap of our every single graduating class. TEA did provide asked for a sample audit for 2 of our campuses, which we provided, because the data that we provided back to the agency was incomplete. Because we did not have all data for this respective high school. They're now requiring for us to engage in a corrective action plan, which will be due to the agency by December of 2025. The action plan is prescribed. You have it. We have Alicia Bell, who is here, who is over our school improvement process. She has already started on this action plan, but even more so than that, has already started an amazing new process and system and structure that will ensure and safeguard our process moving forward. So this was required by the agency to bring before it to the board before we can then start in completion of the action plan, which will be due in December.
Was the fact that the action plan was not complete was the only reason why we were requested to do an action plan?
Correct. We were not able to provide sufficient data based off the request of the agency because we did not have some of the data pieces that they were requesting. And because we were not able to provide some of those aspects of the data is the reason why we are required to complete this corrective action plan.
Okay. Is this separate from the email I received with the exceeding the 10%?
It's together, President Durant.
Okay, so let's be clear with what we're communicating to the body.
Yes, ma'am. Because we had reported over a 10% of our required IGC population, which we are at a cap of 10%, the state had requested to look at 2 of our comprehensive schools to look at our data. Basically, it was a sample audit of pulling very specific data files that range from student information, documentation, different types of evidentiary support that show a child's successful completion through an alternative graduation plan. Through that process, we were incomplete in having sufficient data and information. Consequently, brings us to having a corrective action plan.
So,
Thank you.
exceeding the 10% just triggers the audit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so if during the audit we had been able to comply with all of their needs, we may have been okay with the exceeding 10%.
Yes, sir.
So our continuous improvement opportunity here is making sure that we have all the documentation that we would need to have if and when we trigger an audit. in the
100%.
future. Okay.
Yes, sir, Trustee Adams.
Was this the only time we've had an audit triggered by this specific percentage?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
And I just want to clarify, it's due December 2026.
I said 25.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to.
My apologies.
Okay.
We're going to be ready by 25, but yes, ma'am.
Is this in any way tied to our transcript issues at all?
No, ma'am.
Totally separate?
It's a se-
No, but what I was hoping to hear, I guess, are we going through the action plan or it's just, I know it's been provided already, correct?
Yes, the action plan is in your packet, and
We have it.
the IGC is the individual graduation plans, and this is opportunities for students that are at the high school level that are ready to graduate, except have not met the EOC requirements of passing those 5 EOCs. So the state says if you've passed 3 of those EOCs, you have an opportunity to be considered for an individual graduation plan, which first and foremost requires that every time the test is offered, the student has to test, right? And the campus committee can provide an alternative to that test, which may be a project, which may be work done. We have several systems. One of them is Apex, that the teacher assigns the work so that either through projects or through the online system, they're able to prove content knowledge for that exam, let's say Algebra 1. And so that is the individual graduation plan. This, the state just started evaluating that 10%, because that 10%, this IGC has been in place since 2015, I believe, and every year it's been modified. But there is a limit of 10%. In this case, when the state did the audit, we had 2 of our campuses, a specialty school and a comprehensive. So we had 2 campuses that were over the 10%, and then that triggered the audit. The audit looked to make sure that all the documents were in place, including a parent conference, parent signature, student signature, that the work was done, the administration, all those pieces. And unfortunately, at one campus, we were not able to provide all the documentation for all the students that were coded to have graduated with an IGC plan. And because of that, a corrective action plan was prescribed. The committee had already met and looked at this when we got the alert that we were over 10%, because we did get the alert early on, and began to look at it. We've already put systems in place to ensure that we have one place to document, because schools were documenting on their own. One campus did it this way and uploaded into a Google Drive. Somebody else kept paper copies. And so what we've done now is systematized it, so everyone has a file. That central office has access to it. We didn't have access to it. So the team has gone through and, what are the missing pieces? How can we standardize this? How can we have a district-wide process that has oversight from the district and not just leaving it up to the person on the campus, the assistant principal that is over that project, and then the principal. Now we have central office oversight, which Ms. Bell is one of the projects that she leads. And that's what this plan, they're very specific in requiring steps to be put in place, which we already had. The implementation began as soon as we were made aware of this.
So 3 things. The board received notification that was sent to me by TEA, and I forwarded it to the full body. So you all have seen that, as well as the action plan. I was hoping this evening, I've got a little concern around our specialty school, where those students, are at that campus for alternative opportunities. You know, and so, since that's how that campus is designed to operate, are there exceptions with the state? I mean, you know, I know you were gonna speak to them about that.
We will always be cited for going over the 10%. Like they told us specifically.
That was my question. That's not a citation. It's just
Well,
triggering.
we will always be triggered. They will not override that 10%. What's really important for us is that we have the documentation for every
Right,
single
right.
student.
And so that's the continuous improvement opportunity right there, is that we have the systems in place, as Dr. Cuellar said, so that when we exceed 10% at momentum, because I don't think it's an if, I think because we're offering those opportunities to those students, when we exceed it, we have all our T's crossed and I's dotted and can provide that documentation to the state.
So we just wanna make sure they have not approved this action plan yet, correct?
You all are approving the
Right, this still needs to go to the state, so we're hoping that this will be a continuous process that we can use. But I'm kind of a worst case scenario sort of person that if they don't accept this action plan, what's our next step?
Well, the state actually wrote the plan for us that we're already following.
Well, that's
We
good.
started our own work, but then they gave us specifics, and so we've aligned with what they're asking us to do, which is what needs to be completed by June 20th of 2026. So we started our own work. They've given us very specific things as a checklist. Make sure
Thank
you
you.
do this and this and this.
That
And
makes
board,
me more
one example was like a streamlined process, a centralized process for how we collect the information, the data. And we're now using the Laserfish system, which we use and how we approve contracts in the district. And we're now using the Laserfish system to now to take the approval process for a student that qualifies and also completes the IGC program.
Okay.
So we have a centralized function in doing so.
We collaborated with the state on the action plan.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jensen?
I just want to note that we are completing one of these steps tonight. In page 208, number 7, the board must hold a special meeting
Yes, ma'am.
unless this next scheduled board meeting is prior to May 15th. So we can check that one off.
Yes, ma'am. It's a very big step.
Is there, I guess one last question, is there ever a concern about the percentage that we're over as far as our own internal cap, I guess, if we were to hit a certain amount over 10%, that would trigger something internally for us to go and kind of do a double take?
I would
For
say
a
with
non-specialty school.
Right. I would say that we won't have to wait to trigger that the way the team, Ms. Bell, you want to come talk a little bit about the process, because it's going to be the ongoing oversight from Ms. Bell and her team. We've got one person that's the secondary person that is monitoring this, and because, as Dr. Cuellar talked about the Laserfish, we're going to have direct oversight on what the campuses are doing and not have to wait till afterwards to hit that trigger. But this is
So,
Alicia Bell.
Okay, if I understood your question though, what you're saying is, this is what we're doing to meet the state requirements, but do we want to say if we hit 20% or something, or 15, as a district, we want these additional steps taken?
Yeah,
That's what you're asking.
right, because,
Okay.
I mean, that goes back to what are we doing that is creating that many percentages over the state? Right?
Okay, good
Okay, Ms.
evening,
Bell.
everyone. So one of the key mechanisms we currently have in place, my coordinator, he sends out bi-weekly the 10% cap to each campus, and he's identified the percent by graduating class that would trigger a 10%. So bi-weekly, campuses know how close they are to getting to that 10%. And currently, we've just gone through a phase last week where we've done an internal desk audit for 4 of our campuses, 3 of our comprehensives and our specialty school, just to ensure that their documentation is on track and that all of the elements that we're looking for are in place. There are several triggers that are built into Laserfish that it'll trigger the principal, it triggers Ms. Walker, the assistant superintendent, it triggers my office and Dr. Cuellar's office to let us know when forms are being submitted. In addition to, it now sends out emails to parents to let them know how closely aligned their students are with their actual plan.
The other thing that we do monitor, and we've seen a spike in this, number one, as we've grown our momentum and really worked to recover our dropouts. Many of the students that have been dropping out is because they can't pass the 5 EOCs. And I mean, as I said, this has been in place for at least, 8 years that the state understands. Number one, it's one test that's keeping a student from graduating. So the state has given us this opportunity. So as we grow momentum, these numbers are gonna be growing. Number two, as we see an increase of immigrant students specifically at the secondary campus, we're getting more and more older students. And so the expectation as they come in within the first year from another country, they're having to take these exams. And so it's difficult thinking of learning a new language, regardless of what country they come from, and now having to take a standardized test. So, we've seen a spike in our numbers. We've also seen a spike in our numbers as we come out of the pandemic. So many students having those gaps and having more of a difficult time passing their EOCs. So those numbers are spiked for us. We had never hit that cap before. The numbers spiked, but I believe it's those 3 things. As we increase our efforts to recover dropouts, as we see more older students as immigrants coming in, and then the effects of COVID as we're working through those. And then the triggers that we have in place as we go along. If you're hitting that 10%, we're identifying those students to say, have you done more interventions? Have you supported them to try to, make sure that they're passing the test? Because the state is a requirement, and we require our students, just because you have the opportunity and you qualify for IGC, for an alternative test, doesn't mean you're not going to test. We're going to prepare you to test. Those are all those retesters that we have. Yeah, that's what
And that kind of speaks to my question, because if we're consistently going over the state maximum and our numbers are ratcheting up, where's the balance to making sure that, what is the reason why we're starting to have an increase in those numbers? So
it's that root cause analysis to be able to understand what's causing these numbers to have gone up. That's the work that, the high schools are doing. That's the work that Ms. Bell and her coordinator are doing.
Okay. So we have our action plan in place. We have ongoing oversight. With the support of my colleagues, I would like to maybe request that the tracking that's being done be reported in our board update maybe once a month, so that the board can have line of sight to what percentage our campuses are at. Is there anyone that would object to that request? Okay, thank you guys. All right, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Bell. You can continue with your next item, Ms. Carrera.
Thank you, President Durant. Members of the board, the next and last item is that it's our homebound instruction waiver.
Just a moment, we've got to vote on that one. Huh?
I was gonna do it at the end of his items, but we can do it now.
I'm just making sure because I know work
okay.
session, but we got to vote on.
Yeah, you all should have that language too.
Okay, so board, the third item is seeking approval for the board for the TEA remote homebound instruction waiver as presented by the admin team. Typically, I will bring this waiver to the board every fall because we have one student in the district that qualifies for homebound instruction. We do now have a second student. According to TEA, we do have to bring this item to be approved for every individual case, on a case-by-case basis. Again, if approved, we will receive all the attendance. What's the word I'm trying to say? I'm sorry. Take a step back. The affected student will generate attendance, is what I mean to say, is that this student will now count for our attendance purposes, as long as we are providing homebound instruction up to 4 hours of instruction per week for this child. So we're seeking board approval to allow for this homebound instruction waiver to be approved, and then Dr. LeBron will go ahead and start the process to ensure the child receives the supports necessary.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, board.
Those concludes your items. I'll now entertain a motion on approving the correction action plan on the individual graduation committee as presented by administration. I created it.
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
I'm
Madam
asking
President.
for a thank you, go ahead.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the correction action plan from the Texas Education Agency as presented to the board.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Clare. For our next item, I'd like to again recognize our Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. This item can be found on page 216 of your packet. It is our monthly report of grants exceeding $10,000. This specific grant is tied to our strategic plan areas of strengthening instructional practices, improving our quality seat offerings, and the leadership definition.
We didn't have to do it the homebound? That was just the, corrective action.
The homebound waiver will be on consent on Tuesday, correct? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we're excited to share with the board that we've received the LASSO Cycle 3 grant from the Texas Education Agency in the amount of $3 million. This will help fund a number of things, including trustees' discussion regarding Ms. Correa for STEM. So high quality math instruction, which will support the new curriculum that the board adopted last month. STEM school model redesign for 2 of our schools, Do It and Link, as well as instructional leadership professional development at Sayers, Heritage, and Link. The expansion of AP computer science principles through all of our high schools, and the integration of blended learning across Spring ISD's middle schools. And so this grant directly is work from our academics and school leadership team, as well as partnership with innovation and student success, and will impact students district-wide.
This is fantastic. This is a $3 million grant. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. Is this grant tied to our Bluebonnet curriculum?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Acceptance.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right.
2 million of it, to be exact.
Any other questions?
This is the 40 and the 20.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Because the $88 is more than they were promising. So. Thank you.
Well, the curriculum is the 40 and 20. So we do get the 40 and the 20 for this curriculum, but in addition, this grant will also support the curriculum in itself, which means that we will have a plethora of, hopefully, I'm putting into an existence, Ms. Westbrooks, of additional dollars that will be allocated in our way to continue to bolster our instructional efforts.
So that's PD, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It had a portion for PD in it as well. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Parasol and Dr. Cuellar. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of District Operations, Mark Miranda. Oh, wait a
Did we
minute,
skip an
wait a
item?
minute, you back me up. There's a
Yes.
second item for, you were gonna let me get away with skipping your second item,
Dr.
Doctor?
P,
Dr. Parasol, it's the optional flexible school day waiver.
227.
Thank you, I apologize. Yes, so additionally, you will be able to see on page 227, this is also an annual item that we're bringing back for the optional flexible school day program. It's a waiver through TEA that allows us to have innovative scheduling, specifically at two of our schools, primarily Momentum High School, where we have the morning, afternoon, and evening opportunities for students are full day, and then at SECA, Spring Early College Academy, to be able to align our class and instructional day to the Lone Star College campus.
This is a reoccurring annual item. We may want to consider putting in our monthly. Well, it's not monthly, though. We want to think about how we do this moving forward. Any questions? Not hearing any now, say thank you, Dr. Parasol, for your updates. And for our next item, I would like to recognize our Chief of District Operations, Mark Miranda.
Thank you, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, members of the board. I'm on page 259. This is our second GMP package for New Spring High School. This package is primarily for site work. We've done clearing, but now we're going into the next stage of that. This is site grading, road work, drainage, stabilization, utilities, mostly underground utilities, drainage, channel improvements, paving. Significantly, you'll notice that we have material procurement allowance so that we can get ahead of some of the future economic uncertainties. And I think we talked about that when we had a meeting on the bond update a couple of 2 or 3 meetings ago. So GMP package number 2 for New Spring High School. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Hearing no questions, thank you, Mr. Miranda, for your update. Our next item includes the monthly reoccurring items. As previously discussed, these items were provided to you in advance for review, and at this time, we will discuss any items that you may want to bring questions about. Hearing no questions, the Board of Trustees will now recess this open session and convene in a closed meeting in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.076. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of the discussion in closed meeting will take place after we reconvene in open session, and the time is now 9:52 p.m. I'd also like to state that Trustee Kelly P. Hodges did join the meeting at 6:19 p.m. Thank you. We will now reconvene the open session of the Spring ISD Board of Trustees, and the time is now 11:02 p.m. Are there any motions?
President Durant, I move that the board approve the voluntary retirement agreement between the Superintendent Hinojosa and the district on the terms discussed in closed session and authorize the appropriate board officers to execute and witness the same effective May 8th, 2025.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor made by trustee McDaniel and seconded by trustee Correa. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Are there any additional motions?
Madam President, I move to approve the superintendent's recommendations for renewal of one-year term and probationary employment contracts for the 2025-2026 school year as discussed in executive session.
Second.
The motion on the floor by trustee Hodges and seconded by trustee Newhouse. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Are there any other motions?
Madam President, I move that we adjourn tonight's board meeting.
I need a second.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Hodges and seconded by trustee Correa that we adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. The meeting adjourns at 11:04 p.m. Thank you, everybody.